Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Hi, it's Richard. Just to check, we're all ready to go for the cricket. Are we through to Salford on that? If you could just check. Thank you. I'll pop down and get one. Hello, mate. Just checking we're all through to Salford and that. And brilliant. Thanks very much. Cheers. Hello, mate. Yeah. Two ways no, because obviously we're on commentary on the streams and everything like that. So I just have to give an update, really, fairly brief. But if we can lose, cool, yeah. Okay, brilliant. Thanks. You can lose the feed if that's all right. I'm going to start now. Hi, it's Richard. Can we lose the feed? Thank you.
Can we lose the feed, Richard? Yeah, thank you. Bye.
Well, good morning, everybody, from the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester. We're delighted you can join us on what is a lovely late summer stroke early autumn day here in England in the East Midlands. And we're delighted you've been able to join us for ball-by-ball commentary, brought to you by the BBC on the LV Insurance County Championship fixture between Leicestershire and Durham. Richard Ray and Martin Emerson, your commentators for the game. Myself, Richard Ray, for BBC Radio Leicester, and of course Martin for BBC Newcastle and Points North East. The news from the middle is that Durham won the toss and have chosen, as most sides do in September, to bowl first. And they will be bowling against a new Leicestershire opening partnership. Sol Budinger, who has joined the county from Nottinghamshire, initially on loan, a 3-match period on loan until the end of the season, and then on a permanent 2-year contract. Essex-born, brought up in Queensland, Australia, with a number 1 on his back. He's marching out into the middle alongside Hassan Azad, who wasn't actually named in the Leicestershire squad for this game, but illness to Sam Evans and indeed to Nick Welsh has meant that Azad has come back into the side. The Leicestershire side is Sol Budinger, Hassan Azad, Rishi Patel, Louis Kimber, Colin Ackerman, Tom Scriven, Harry Swindells, Ed Barnes, Callum Parkinson, Michael Finan and Chris Wright. Updates for BBC Radio Leicester. The news from the Uptonsteel is that Durham have won the toss and are going to bowl first on a lovely late summer stroke early autumn morning down here at the Uptonsteel. It's a new look Leicestershire side, and it's certainly a new look opening partnership. Sol Budinger, who has joined Leicestershire, he signed from Nottinghamshire initially on loan and then a permanent deal starting at the end of the season. He's going to open the batting alongside Hassan Azad, Rishi Patel, Louis Kimber, Colin Ackerman, Tom Scriven making his first class appearance for Leicestershire, Harry Swindells, Ed Barnes, Callum Parkinson, Michael Finan and Chris Wright make up the side. They are about to face their first ball and Leicestershire will be batting this morning. And Hassan Azad will be facing the bowling of a former Leicestershire player, Ben Rain, on very familiar territory indeed. Rain in from the pavilion end, bowls to Azad, pushes it across the left-hander. Azad lifts his bat over the line of the ball, goes through quite low to the wicket keeper. Tinges of green on the pitch. I was here on Saturday for the England Under-19 International against Sri Lanka Under-19, which was played 2 pitches up, and the pitch, obviously, which was approaching readiness at that stage, looked fairly green. It has changed colour over the last 48 hours and has fairly dark patches. Green tinges at either end, though, as Rain is in and bowls to Azad. Again, pushes it across the left-hander, and again, Azad wants nothing to do with it, lifts his bat over the line of the ball. Four slips for Rain, bowling to Azad. Long leg is out. He is the only outfielder, otherwise square leg mid-on wide mid-off and point. In goes Rain and bowls down the leg side. Azad shapes at it, gestures at it, but basically steps inside it, lets it swing down behind the stumps to the keeper, and there again is no run. Yet to see bat on ball. First 3 balls of the game. Little bit of white cloud around. Well, actually quite a lot, but it is high and it is pretty white, and the forecast is essentially good. Plenty of blue sky around as well. A gentle breeze, and it is all rather lovely out there at the moment. Rain is in and bowls, and we do see bat on ball as a delivery on off stump is played calmly out into the offside by Hassan Azad. Azad would love some runs. It hasn't been the greatest season for him. He's found some extraordinary ways to get out, and he's had some very unlucky decisions. He seems that sort of batter sometimes, Azad. If there's an unlucky decision to be had, it tends to be Hassan who will get it. So he would dearly love to bookend the season, if you like, which he started with a century, with a couple of centuries in September as well. Rain is in and bowls to him. He blocks that one. Bit of pad as well as bat. He's only sort of half forward. No great movement or indeed pace from Ben Rain at this stage. Spent a good few years ploughing up this slight slope here at the Uptonsteel County Ground from the pavilion end. But very, very familiar territory. He has shaved his head. Well, he was struggling a little bit in terms of hair atop his head. He's basically given up the ghost, Rainey, now, and has shaved it completely off. In he goes, and bowls Azad is leaning forward, no more than that, just dabbing the ball out into the onside, and it's a maiden to start with from Ben Rain, and I'm very pleased to say that alongside me now, back at the Uptonsteel County Ground, almost as familiar to him as it is to Ben Rain, I would imagine, over the years, is Martin Emerson.
Oh, how many times have I been here, I wonder? It does feel a familiar drive.
Must be in their 20s now, I would imagine, at least.
Probably, yeah.
Probably more.
Well, I first came here as a punter watching Durham in the one of the one-day cups, 1992? Quarter-final stage, maybe?
Well, I guess then you must probably in your 40s now, because they've played most years since, twice at least, sometimes one more, sometimes more.
It's probably 20 times, I would say.
Yeah.
There was a period where we didn't travel home and away. Matty Potts, a rarity in a Durham shirt this year, got 35 wickets under his belt in the first few weeks of the season, first 7 matches. I was going to say,
not against us, he is.
No, well...
he took a 6 for, didn't he, I think, up at the Emirates.
Here he comes, right arm round from the Bennett end, and that's off the toe of the bat. That's going to really hurt the finger ends, that, isn't it? Budinger there, not timing that well. Yeah, he had 35 wickets, and I think that was in about the first 6 matches of the season. And then everybody turned up at Lord's for a game against Middlesex He's broken his bat. There you are. Thought that didn't sound right. He's broken his bat.
So his very first delivery in a Leicestershire shirt. Hopefully that is not an omen.
That reminds me of
there's a chunk out of it. Look at it. He's taking a piece out of it.
As the bottom corner's come off. The former Ipswich Town goalkeeper who Sunderland signed, and it was a calamitous spell at the club. And
who was that again? Sorry.
It was a Ipswich Town goalie. He'd been the Championship Player of the Season the year before. Sunderland signed him from Ipswich. What on earth was his name? He had an awful period. He kept dropping the ball in the net, giving goals away left, right and centre. Sunderland went down, and he ended up at Southampton. And I remember somebody saying that there were obviously signs that things weren't going to go right when the plane he was due to fly up on from Ipswich had to be evacuated because of a fire on board or something like that. So, and it went downhill from there.
My knowledge of Ipswich keepers stops at Paul Cooper, I think, which was back in the 80s.
Yeah. So, new bat and another delivery from Potts, and that's played safely upfield by Budinger, who played against Durham a few weeks ago, actually, in the heat of Grantham. It was absolutely stiflingly hot there. Did he get any runs? He got 35.
This is his first class appearance.
Is it?
He hasn't played first class cricket previously.
Potts in, bowls. This is defended. Yeah, so going back to Potts, played for Durham, got 35 wickets, leading run maker in the country. All the national press turned up at Lord's to see him bowl against Middlesex a week before he was expected to make his Test debut against New Zealand, and Durham left him out. So we've not seen him since Durham's only win in the county championship this year, which was early May against Glamorgan in Chesley Street. Comes in and bowls. That's gone down the leg side. It's missed by the keeper. It's away for 4. He was at full stretch. McIntosh at 4 byes. First runs of the day.
One more win than Leicestershire have managed, so both these sides will be desperately keen.
Well, in the draws column, Durham have got 8 from 11, and in terms of games played per draws, it's their highest in a season. So that ranks at 75% of their matches have ended in draws. 72% I think it is, whereas in 1992, their first year in first class cricket, they had 22 matches and drew 10, but that's a draw ratio of about 45%, so just can't bowl teams out twice. Potts in, bowls, chopped down into the ground by Buddington. Has he damaged that bat as well?
No.
That's come right off the corner of the bat.
Yeah. There won't be much left of it if he'd been using the same one, but no, that one's okay. He's got a very strong Australian accent, as you would expect. As I say, born in Essex, but brought up in Queensland. Just has decided that first-class opportunities are likely to be few and far between at Nottinghamshire. Leicester have clearly told him he'll get his chance, and he is, straight away.
And he's off the mark now, plays this out through the covers from Potts. 1 run. And that is the end of an over in which we've seen him change his bat, lose a piece of wood, and get off the mark. And 4 byes as well.
Umpire's waving at what? Looks like he's waving at the scoreboard, but it could be the ground staff over there. Signals, a bit of sawdust, I think. There's a little bit of moisture around still. The outfield has changed back to green. It was grey and dusty 2 weeks ago, after sort of 6 weeks almost without rain and fairly relentless sunshine. But it's softened up pleasantly. It's still not the greatest in terms of smoothness, the way the ball runs, but it's a lot more easy to fall on, essentially. There were a lot of scraped knees and elbows up until this point. So Budinger keeps the strike and will be on strike to Ben Rain. No hair on his head, but plenty on his chin, Rainey, at the moment. Runs in over the wicket to Budinger, outside off stump, inviting the drive. He gets a half-hearted drive that goes past the outside edge. The ball didn't really swing too much, just pushed across him, but a nice line from Rain, but he turns philosophically. Having seen the ball go past the outside edge, Budinger looks up to the heavens as he reproaches himself for being drawn into the shot. Out comes one member of the ground staff with a bucket full of sawdust, which he will bring out at the end of the over, I would think. Rain seems comfortable enough with his footing at the moment from this end. Goes in and bowls. Budinger is driving this time, and he's got it away, but not past the diving mid-off, who makes good ground away to his right, and would have been a long chase otherwise for Dixon, running across some extra cover, but mid-off saved him the work. Budinger picked up one anyway, because it was a good 4 or 5 yards away to the right of Ollie Gibson. He did well, the young man. Budinger on to 2, 6 without loss.
You were talking about Azad's season. He started off brightly, didn't he? He got 66 in Chesley Street in the second match.
He did. In goes Rain, and bowls, goes past the outside edge of Azad's bat. Well, he started with a century in the first game against Worcester.
Yeah.
Great rearguard action to save the game.
So he had 450s this year. So he got 104 not out against Worcestershire when they fought back to save the game. Then he got 66 in Chesley Street. But since then, he hasn't scored a 50 since making 54 in May against Sussex. So that seems quite a long time ago, doesn't it?
It does.
After the start he had.
And he has been a little bit unhappy of late. His future a little bit in the balance in terms of staying at Leicestershire. In goes Rain, bowls onto the hip of Azad. Almost lets it bounce off the thigh pad again, a sort of slightly half-hearted gesture at it from Azad. Thumps into the thigh pad, bounces out towards square leg.
Have Leicestershire announced the arrival of a certain player yet or not?
Oh, Salisbury.
Yeah.
No, I don't think so. I can't remember officially, but certainly he's not playing for either side today, is
no,
he?
well,
So
he is definitely on his way here.
we
at some
understand.
point.
So we
there's
understand.
one or two other departures, at least one that I can think of from a Durham point of view, which will be announced in the near future when the club the player is heading to is prepared to make it official. And another departure, of course, in the last day is James Franklin is no longer with Durham. So it was announced last week ago on Saturday that he'd be leaving at the end of the season. I heard that he would probably not be here for the final 4 games. He was certainly at Derby the other day, but I'm not sure how much of a key role he played there in picking the team and that kind of thing. I didn't actually get the chance to speak to him, and then heard a suggestion yesterday that he'd now left Durham with 3 games to go, and Durham confirmed that yesterday afternoon. So he was expecting to take up a coaching opportunity in India in either October, November, and that's been brought forward. So Durham have given him the opportunity to leave early and head there. So 4 years at the club has come to an end.
You haven't missed any cricket because short leg and short square leg have gone in, but Rain bowls outside off stump. Azad steps forward, lets it go through. Should have told you that the 2 umpires, Chris Watts, leave a little pause for thought there for the Leicestershire supporters, and then Tom Lungley, former seaman indeed, and the match referee is Jason Swift.
Swifty, who was on the coaching staff with Jason Gillespie at Sussex a few seasons ago, so I've had a couple of nights out with Jason over the years.
Short leg crouches down as Rain goes in and bowls and goes past the outside edge of Hassan's reaching bat. Again, good over from Rain. Brought in the square leg and the short backward square and then just pushed it across. Azad, both those deliveries. End of the over, 6 without loss after 3. Azad has faced 10 balls without really laying much bat on ball as yet. He is yet to score. Budinger has 2 off 8.
I remember one night when Durham were playing Sussex in Chesley Street, and my dad picked up Jason Gillespie and Jason Swift and brought them through to Roker, and we went for a meal, and then they came back to the pub, and it was the Thursday night music night, and a lot of the lads I drink with tell me regularly they have absolutely no interest in cricket. They think it's boring. As soon as Jason Gillespie walked in, there's Jason Gillespie, and they're all straight across to get his autograph. I thought, well, there you go. Potts from the Bennett end, running in towards us. Ooh, Budinger nearly chops that down onto the stumps. I think it hit his front foot there, looking to cut. And there was another evening where, and it's going to sound like an endless list of night outs, but it's not.
I bet he's great company in the pub, Jason Gillespie.
Oh, really good crack, yeah. In fact, just came up on my timeline a couple of days ago, 6 years since we did the pub quiz with Callie in Wetherby, and finished in the top 6. Talking of 6 without loss, Leicestershire cut by Budinger behind Maddinson at point and down towards the third man boundary, wide third man for 4. Durham still waiting to find out how many points they'll be docked because of Maddinson's oversized bat at Derby.
We thought is it not 2 then automatically?
Well, it's apparently relevant to the points available for a win in each competition, so I gather. So 2 in a one-dayer, but it could be up to 16 in the championship. I was led to believe. The match referee, Mike Smith, wouldn't really go into too much detail. He said it would be down to the ECB to decide. So, 10 on the board. Potts in to Budinger. Budinger chops that down into the ground and off to backward point. No run there. Yeah, there was one evening where day's play finished and we decided to have a wander up to Lumley Castle and ended up having a drink in the library bar at Lumley Castle. I don't know if you've ever been in there.
I have. I've stayed there.
What a beautiful room.
Mm.
And the Sussex physio was with us as well, and he spotted this British Journal of Medicine book from 1956 on the shelves, so he took that down because that was the year his father had qualified as a doctor. So he was fascinated going through some of what was modern technology in the 50s. Potts That's heavy off the bottom of the bat as well from Budinger. And that's not going to make it to the boundary. It's gone through the covers, but Rain's over there. He'll get 2.
Do they still make the poor staff dress in medieval costume? That was lovely castle.
Well, the last time I was there for an event, it was a friend's wedding, and it was a medieval banquet, and it was brilliant.
Okay, so that was the theme anyway.
Yeah.
But,
Potts in, Budinger defends. So I'm just looking through his list of places. St John's School in Leatherhead, which is on the bottom corner of the M25 in Surrey, just round about where the M3 cuts in. Queensland under-19s. So club-wise, Norfolk in the minor counties. Played for them last year. Sussex 2s, Notts 2s. Ratcliffe-on-Trent in the Nottingham Premier League.
Ooh.
Whoa, get after that. That's absolutely been whipped away through deep mid-wicket for 4. He's treating Matthew Potts with a little bit of disdain there.
This is how he plays his cricket, we're told. I haven't seen much of him, but goodness me, he was quickly onto that, wasn't he? And very quick hands.
Made his List A debut and his T20 debut for Notts last year. Played for Hucknall last season as well. And Plumtree this year, which is where David Beddingham played for 4 or 5 years, the Durham batsman, who is back today. So there you go. That's The Life and Times of Saul Budinger, Chapter 23.
Or 14 for Budinger, 16 without loss. Leicestershire after 4. Rain into Azad, who is just pushing calmly forward at that fullish delivery on off stump, poking it out towards mid-off. There's no run as Gibson runs across the field.
I was looking at one of the cricket forums last night just to see what the general crack was, and suggesting on the feed for the Durham Leicestershire game that one of them had set up saying that the weather was going to be appalling here today. It's absolutely gorgeous. It's lovely and warm. It's sunny. There might be the odd shower later, but I mean, what a gorgeous day this is.
Rain is in, and Azad is going to get off the mark as he pokes that one out into the offside. Gibson runs up from wide mid-off, picks up around about extra cover and shies at the stumps, but the sidearm throw missed, and Budinger had made his ground anyway. So Azad is off the mark. 17 without loss. He might feel a little bit better now.
Anyway, a nice day at Shorts weather. It was definitely very autumnal on Saturday. All of the North East Premier League games, other than I think one, got washed out. I think South North managed to win. Hetton Lions were on the field for a while, but I'm not sure if they got finished or not. But by mid-afternoon, it was just quite rainy and miserable and misty, you know, miserly, drizzly stuff off the North Sea.
We had a nice day. Neil Killeen was up here in the... I dragged him up to the commentary box to do some commentary, watching his son Mitch play for England under-19s.
All right. When was that, on Saturday?
Saturday, against Sri Lanka under-19s. Right. Cracking game as well. Round the wicket goes Rain and bowls outside off stump, and Budinger, I think, is beaten. Sort of shapes as though to tuck the bat behind his front pad as he came forward there, but I think he might just have had a little feel for that one.
Did Stanley McAlinden play in that one or not? Because he's now...
No.
Durham is saying he's now got a stress fracture.
No, he didn't, I don't think.
He was playing the other day when we were in Derby. He was playing at Worcester, I think. And he has played for England under-19s at Derby against Sri Lanka in the last week or so.
Rain is in and bowls, and a bit thick outside edges, but he's managed to get it through along the ground all the way behind Backwood Point, who dived away to his right. May just have got half a hand to it, but Budinger is able to pick up 3 in the end. It didn't look as though it was going that quickly, but it went far enough towards the boundary down there at wide third man for Budinger to pick up that 3. He moves on to 15, 20 without loss. Azad's had a few partners this season. There's been a few different opening partnerships for Leicestershire. This is just the latest
Was it
iteration.
him and Sam Evans, I think, at Durham, wasn't it?
Azad and Evans.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would think it probably was. I'll go back and check. But Rishi Patel's done his fair share of opening this season as well, without quite coming off. In goes Rain and bowls to Azad. Full and straight. Azad, everything behind that one as he blocks it back down the pitch towards mid-on. There's no run.
I have to find it quickly in my notepad because it was the second match of the
worry.
season.
Yeah, can go back as well.
It was Evans.
Who came back into the side for the game against Nottinghamshire and carried his bat in the
Evans
first
got
innings.
16 in the first innings and 77 not out in the second. Yet another draw for Durham.
He started his season quite well, Sam, but rather lost his way in mid-season and lost his place as a consequence. He was in the squad for this game, but we are told he is ill. Round the wicket goes Rain, bowls onto the legs of Azad. He tucks that one neatly away in the gap at mid-wicket. Chasing back from wideish mid-wicket is Matty Potts. Picks up and gets his throw away, but Azad picks up a couple. No great movement for either bowler yet. Understandable, you would think, on the part of Borthwick to bowl first, do you think? And most teams do in September, don't they, if they win the toss? And there is a greenish tinge to the pitch, but as you know from coming here over the years, that pitches that can look quite hopeful from a seam bowler's point of view don't often play too badly.
Just going back to Nick Maddinson's bat, we don't know what's happening there yet. Still waiting for the ECB to announce what punishment lies in store for Durham. But I mean, I had a good look at that.
Drum
bat.
them out of cricket. That's
yeah,
what I
well,
say.
yeah. Take test matches off them for a start. That would be the place to start. Relegate them. I did look at the bat, and you could see there were some little marks on the back of the groove where the gauge wouldn't go over. It did look.
Did it have tape on it or something, or?
Well, it had one of those sort of covers on that they all have these
Okay,
days.
yeah,
It
yeah.
looked relatively new to me, i.e. hardly used at all, and it was claimed, or it's been claimed, as it's 22 for none here. Potts round the wicket to Buddinger. Buddinger drives him through the covers. That should go for 4. Rain's chasing it, but the ball's going to win. Far corner of the ground. Just needs to tighten his line here, Potts. Yeah, I mean, I had a good look at the bat because, well, firstly it was in the room next to us for a couple of days before it was boxed and sent away, but it didn't look like it had been used much to me, but he is adamant it was used in a game against Sussex in the One-Day Cup and went through the bat gauge of the umpire at the time, who may indeed have been Tom Longley. I'm trying to remember who it was. One wag did point out, well, he hasn't had any runs, so his bat wouldn't look like it's been used much anyway, but he has struggled. His highest score since he came in the Championship, 32, and that was at Derby in the second innings, having made 30 against Derby earlier in the season. Buddinger pushes this towards Maddinson. It bobbles. He picks it up at 0.1 run.
I like the sound of the ball off Buddinger's bat.
Yeah.
He seems to time it nicely.
This is not a bad start from Leicestershire's
No.
point of view, and from a run rate point of view, going along quite sprightly, 5.4 and over. So Durham need to tighten things up here.
Must be difficult for Matty Potts to sort of. He's had such a great start with England to lose his place through no real fault of his own. I don't think, just because Robinson's got fit again, and then difficult to then be playing in front of a much smaller crowd again.
Comes in and bowls. Outside blocks. Potts picks it up. Yeah, and so really he's not played any meaningful cricket for some time. He was only on the field for 4 overs of the England one-dayer against South Africa in the intense heat at Chesley Street, and he succumbed to the heat, didn't he? I think he went off with effects of the heat. That was the hottest day of the year. Where, what did it get to down here? Did it get into the 40s or not? Potts in, bowls. Oh, that's wide down the leg side. 4 more byes. And he looks back at the umpire and the stumps and the crease rather disappointed. He seemed to have lost his front foot there as he was bowling that one.
Yeah, it did. Just
what you might
just
call
crept
erratic.
over 40 one day.
Yeah. Well, it was in the mid-30s in Durham that day, and you know, there's not really much natural cover there, is there, in the ground? There's only one little overhang stand. So people were trying to shelter behind walls and get out the sun. It was fiercely hot. And I hid away indoors that day. I didn't go to the the one-day international, and then that evening I went out on the paddleboard at about 9 o'clock and nearly melted then. Loads of massive jellyfish in the river. So it shows you how warm things are. They've now decided it's the dampness on the wicket here that was the issue for that 4 byes, so they've brought some sawdust, and umpire and players are pushing the sawdust into the ground with their feet. Assad's a left-hander as well, so after that slip, Potts just losing his line and length and going too far down the leg side. How will he do this time around as he comes in and bowls? That's better. It's around about a length on off stump, played towards point, no run. How many matches have Leicestershire got left?
We have 2 after this, so
Right.
we're playing
Durham
every
well.
week
Yeah.
of September. We missed a week at the end of August.
I'm just looking at Durham's head-to-head stats against Leicestershire, and they're really not very good. They've only won 3, 2 here, and 1 at home. Potts in again, bowls. Just gone off towards the leg side, a square leg, and Assad sets off and he's sent back as Drizel comes in and fields. End of the over, 31 for none here on the BBC. So the sides have met 22 times in the county championship. Durham have won 3 and lost 12. And there have been 7 draws, 3 of those in Leicester and 4 in Chester Street. The last few matches have been draws. Remember waiting all summer for the cricket to start in the Bob Willis Trophy in 2020, and we saw some incredible rain here and thunderstorms. They only got about 2 days playing out of the 4.
I'll not quickly forget that win for Durham up at
Following
the
on.
Riverside. Yep, after following on.
Well, that's the only time they've won there.
Michael Carberry's...
That was 2018, and they've won here in 2019 after giving a quite a substantial first innings lead. It was, fought back and won.
rain around the wicket. 2 sole Budden. There's an appeal 4 leg before I think it possibly hit him outside the line. It was a decent shout, and it got a decent shout from Ben Rain, who looks very disappointed.
Sounded
to
a bit
see
woody.
it did, didn't it? A little bit as well. Maybe just wasn't quite enough going for it. But it was a decent shout. Let's have a look at the replay. I think it just hit him outside the line. It hit him on the back pad, but
Yeah,
it
it was
looked to be
lowish,
just outside.
the line, yeah.
I'd agree.
And he's
So
coming round the
Buddinger.
wicket as well, isn't he, rather than over.
Yeah, has to be a bit careful. Waits with bat raised as Rain, through the shadows of the floodlights, is in. And bowls, goes for the drive and misses it. Just first hint of a little bit of swing away for Ben Rain. It usually takes 5 or 6 overs, doesn't it, with these Duke red balls. And that one just swung past the outside edge of Buddinger's bat. 31 without loss after 6.2. Buddinger 20 off 20, but in a little bit of trouble in this over. Survived an LBW shout first ball, played and missed at the second. Slightly open stance. Front foot not quite in line with the back as Rain is in. Bowls to him. He's half a stride down the wicket there. May just have shuffled out of his stumps just to negate any movement. There wasn't any great deal of movement. There doesn't look to be a great deal of pace in the pitch. But you can see from up here what Leicestershire have done. They've left, it looks to me, like a little bit of extra grass on at the ends, presumably, or certainly at that far end, at the Bennett end. You can see it plainly, perhaps with a view to Parkinson's spin, getting a bit of extra sort of grip. We shall see. Coming up to 11 o'clock as Rain is in. Bowls, Buddinger goes for the pull. It wasn't really there to be pulled. Stayed a bit low. He pulled over the top of, went to outside off stump. Martin heads next door to update BBC Radio Newcastle. You know the format now. Those who are regular listeners, we update our various BBC Radio local stations, usually on the half an hour or so. Some are different to others. BBC Radio Leicester, you'll hear me do an update every half an hour. Brackets, whispers, if they remember. Close brackets. They nearly always do. They're very, very good at BBC Radio Leicester. Mid-wicket is being sent back by Rain. Is he going to go all the way back? He is, and a little bit wider as well. So no close fielders on the leg side. There's a single if Budinger lays bat on ball. Deep backward square is out as well. Rain is in outside off stump, trying to tempt Budinger into a booming drive. But after the first couple of deliveries, he's decided to exercise a little discretion and lets that one go through to Tom McIntosh behind the stumps. Delivery van reverses up Milligan Road. The various little businesses in sort of garages that break up the Victorian terraced houses away there to my left as Rain is in there. Will be the single for Budinger because Midland leg delivery, all he needs to do is just turn the wrists on it, drop it out into the leg side and jog his single. Only run off the over, but he'll be pleased to have survived it and to have kept his score ticking over. He moves on to 21 of 24. Leicestershire after 7 overs are 32 without loss. Azad 3 off 18. All sorts of ways to get in touch with us and we'd be delighted to hear from you. Your thoughts as the season begins to move towards its close. At Fox's Cricket 22 finds me, Richard Ray 23 at gmail.com. If you prefer to use email, at Marty Cricket is Martin's. Round the wicket comes Potts and bowls, and a lovely straight drive standing up tall. Budinger there doesn't put his full weight into the shot though, punches it out into the offside and mid-off. Can get across and make the stop, falling to his left. Here comes the update, I believe. Oh, they came to me too late, I'm afraid. In goes Potts and bowls, and Budinger plays it firmly down into the ground again, looking to drive. We have hello again from the Uptonsteel County ground. Good start for the Foxes here. They were put into bat by Durham. I think Durham will have hoped for a little bit more movement than they've got on the pitch as it is. And Sol Budinger, making his debut, has already hit England's Matty Potts away for a couple of splendid fours, a pull and a drive. He's on 21 off 26 balls. Hassan Azad being a little bit more careful. He's on 3 off 18. But a good start for Leicestershire. They're 32 without loss after 7 overs. From Potts is defended on the off stump by Sol Budinger. Doesn't lack confidence, Budinger. He's wearing number 1 on his back. Only one other member of the Leicestershire side has a number in single figures on their back. In goes Potts and bowls, and that's a decent shout for leg before, but again it is turned down. And Potts puts his chin in his hand and contemplates life for a moment or two. It wasn't quite as confident a shout as Rain's against Potts in the previous over. Let's have a look at the replay. Possibly going on down the leg side, that's why. So appeals turned down at both ends by umpires Watts and Lungley, sporting different chapeaus, the two umpires. In goes Potts and bowls, Budinger drives, and he's got that one away through straight extra cover. Lovely shot. Again, he wasn't quite at the pitch of the ball, but he gets on top of it, and he really does come down on it with a splendid degree of force. He managed to get it away wide of Ben Rain, who dived across at that wide extra cover position, but couldn't get there, and it runs out to the extra cover boundary. For 4, Budinger on to 25 now, 36 without loss. Potts has gone for 20 from 3.5 overs, and Budinger's cracked him away for 3 fours. Down the slope comes Potts to finish his over. Bowls, and Budinger leans forward into that one, but a good diving stop at backward point. Probably saves 3, possibly even 4 there. Sean Dixon, I think, knows Maddinson diving away to his right at sort of backward point, almost dived across towards wide gully to make the stop, saving, as I say, 3 or possibly 4 runs. It would have gone down the slope to third man, I suspect. End of the over, 36 without loss after 8 overs. Leicestershire. 3 Azad, 25 Budinger. Gentle breeze. Let me know if it's annoying you in the effects mic. I can just about hear it in my microphone, but it's at the moment not too noisy. But if it is affecting you, we can close various doors and turn down various mics and make it an altogether less noisy experience for you. Rain is going to continue around the wicket. Parsimonious in his first 4 overs, which have gone for just 8 bowls. 2 Azad, that stays very low, and it's pushed by Azad down towards wide third man. No force in it though, so running back from backward point, the fielder is able to get there sufficiently quickly to prevent a second. Azad moves on to 4, 37 without loss. Not much bounce for Rain there, and a few of them have sort of died a little bit into the pitch, or off the pitch. It's the 3 slips now, started with 4, Ben Rain, but he knows no one better how to bowl on these Grace Road pitches. In he goes, and bowls very straight, does I think find the outside edge. It bounces down off Budinger's bat and well short of the keeper. McIntosh bounced up off McIntosh's gloves, and first slip moved behind him to make the stop, but that one again stayed very low for Rain, and there was a little bit of swing there for him. Lots of fielders warming up now. I can see a second slip warming up. Scott Borthwick already, he thinks there might be a little bit of turn, the captain. Rain is in and bowls. Advancing down the wicket is Budinger, and although it hit him on the pads, it hit him well outside the line on that occasion. But there is a little bit of movement. Gibson also is warming up at mid-off, so Borthwick perhaps anticipating a double change. Anyway, out comes the 12th man, who's John Bushnell, with a helmet for the keeper, which bears out the fact that Budinger was advancing down the wicket there, and he's going to stand up to Ben Rain.
Dean Wilson from the Daily Mirror says no catching allowed for South Africa this morning. Alex Lee's been put down once by the keeper and missed by third slip inside the first 9 balls. England 107 for none.
Rain is into Budinger, line and length on off stump. Budinger waiting in his crease, obviously, with the keeper standing up, just blocks it back down the pitch on the on side.
Good tactic from Durham to keep him there, because he's been moving around a bit, hasn't he?
Wind is getting up a little bit. If I close the door behind us at the end of the over, it will reduce the effect, hopefully. But it's just extremely pleasant actually to be sitting in, to be quite honest. Martin has taken matters into his own hand and closed the door, which cuts off the sort of wind coming through a little bit. The through breeze drops. Third slip is going out to, where's he going to go to? Catching position at short mid wicket. Yes, he is.
I think the temperature's meant to be about 22, 23 today, isn't it?
Beautiful. Couldn't be nicer. Rain around the wicket again to Budinger, who is forward, leaning into the defensive shot. Not a big stride. He's quite a tall man, Budinger, probably about 6 foot. 6'1", something like that. Looks very solidly built indeed. Taller than Azad. Pushes it out into the covers where Dixon is the fielder.
Durham's second's final game of the season is underway against Nottinghamshire at Lady Bay, which is just along the road from Trent Bridge. In fact, we often park there, don't we, for T20 matches and whatnot.
Is that Lady Bay? That's the cricket ground, is it?
Yeah.
And this time, short mid-wicket has moved across to short extra cover as Rain is in, bowls full, and it's driven past the reaching left hand of Paul Coughlin, who's the fielder there. But he didn't really time that one, Budinger, and it was a fairly comfortable stop behind the grasping hand of Coughlin by Gibson. End of the over for Azad, 25. Sol Budinger, 37 without loss after 9. Leicestershire.
Yeah, it's if you were to look at the back of the Radcliffe Road end at Nottingham, so that's the end we're in with the media centre up on the 3rd floor. Lady Bay is across to your left at the end of the road on the junction. So you walk round the back of the away end at
no, I was thinking of the
Ground.
place further down the, is it not Loughborough Road? The one down towards West Bridgeford. Where's Bridgeford Road, isn't it?
Yeah.
Where we sometimes
Oh,
have to park.
there's a park there where we park sometimes, yeah.
Yeah, because they won't let you park in Trent Bridge anymore these days.
No.
You have to park in the... Not a problem in county championship fixtures to park around the ground, by and large.
Well,
Change.
Durham, Ali Gibson's going to come in the attack. Durham are there at the end of the season. I think you can park in the championship, can't you? But
no, we
you're
weren't
not
allowed to
now?
last week, no.
Were you not? Oh.
No, we had to park outside.
Oh.
Just as a warning.
Right. So where did you park then?
Only a couple of 150 yards away.
Gibson from the shot. Bennett end, he's over-pitched it, and it's driven upfield by Assad for 4. It was too full, that one. So let's just look at the Matty Potts' first few overs. Have gone 4. It's 4 overs, none for 20.
Yeah, 3 nice 4s hit off him, all by Budinger. That's Azad's first boundary. Gibson just over-pitching. Fair-haired young man. I would have bowled here very often, if at all, so you'll just have to get used to a little bit of extra momentum you get coming down the gentle slope from the Bennett end.
Comes in again, and Assad drops that short on the leg side. For a second I thought it was going to drop onto his leg stump there, but when it bounced it was just a foot or 2 away. Yeah,
What
should be
the
the
layout of the scoreboard, by the way. They've changed it this season, so that kind of looks like a scoreboard. It's the design of Leicestershire scorer Paul Rogers, is it? Get used to it, I suppose.
Is he not playing music anymore? Well, the central section with the green background with the white numbers is good. Gibson in, that's a defence. Yeah, it's a sort of less is more scoreboard, isn't it, really? I think there used to be too much information on it, particularly in T20 games. You really did have to read the board to find the bit you wanted. So they've got different settings. There are so many different sort of scoreboards they can have on the computer at Durham. They've tried a few. Normally ask us for our feedback as commentators which ones we prefer. So got 3 slips in place here. Assad on strike to Gibson. Ball just played safely to short extra cover.
It's interesting, isn't it? They never, designers or whatever, whether it's scoreboards or the gear that they wear, never seem to ask.
Yeah.
Sri Lanka on Saturday had dark navy on the backs of their shirts with a yellow sort of top, but they had their numbers in black. They were illegible from
fun overs remaining, and I think partnerships are important, and that's right underneath the score, so that's obvious. You've got Gibson's bowling figures just below that. It's not overcrowded. Gibson in. Oh, a little bit too high and across the line there. I think as I played at that and missed end of the over. And the only other thing I think you need on the scoreboard is, at Durham they tend to have 2 columns for the bowlers, so both bowlers, but is the deficit or the lead, if such a thing exists.
Yeah, umpire Watts is sporting a sort of white Panama stroke Trilby type hat. Umpire Lungley has gone for the flat cap
They're
style.
not cheap, those Panamas.
Will Smith was the match referee at Nottingham last week, and we had a chat to him afterwards about the match referees get all ECB wear as well these days. Blue check shirts, all sorts of clobber. Ben Rain is continuing. 5 overs, none for 9. Round the wicket he goes and bowls to Budinger, who smacks him away through the offside. An uncomplicated but very effective shot from the left-handed opener. It was just enough width and just short enough for him to stand up and crack it away through the offside, and he did in some style. 29 he moves on to. That's his 4th or 5th boundary. I'll check And he's moved on to 29 off 36 balls, 45 without loss after 10.1. Leans on his bat. Can he go on to make a real impact in his first class innings? I think, he made 600 plus runs for Nott's second team in red ball cricket this season. Hasn't been enough to give him his chance, so he's getting it here instead. Coughlin is still in there at short-ish extra as rain is in. Bowls to Budinger down the leg side. That'll be for Buys, I suspected. Umpire, yeah, it is Buys. He was speared down the leg side, and when the unfortunate McIntosh is standing up to the stumps, he had very little chance of hopping across to his right to get that one. So extras, 4 of them, take Leicestershire's score on to 49 now. Becoming a decent start for the Foxes. A lot of work still to do though. Still got the 2 slips in Borthwick, who's at second, claps his hands together. Leans forward as rain. Gets into his run-up and bowls onto off-stump. Budinger on top of the bounce, pushes it out towards Coughlin at short extra. See Rainey, as so often over the years, rolling his fingers across the seam there, trying to bowl a little cutter. Didn't really do too much though. Be interesting to see if Borthwick has a bowl from this end, if that sort of extra bit of grass that's been left on at that far end makes any sort of difference spin-wise. Rain is in and bowls outside off stump. Came perhaps back in a fraction, but Budinger played it solidly enough on off stump again. Head right over the ball, pushing it out into the offside. McIntosh came hopping out from behind the stumps, taking off his right glove as he did so to field. 1 or 2 more spectators now coming in to the green seats at the Bennett end of the ground in front of the Turner Indoor Centre. Hospitality marquee looks to be in use today. Well, obviously is in use today. Looks to be well occupied as well. In goes rain and bowls. Thick inside edge for Budinger there, but it runs out towards mid-wicket. Mid-wicket is out deep, and as Martin said, that brings up the 50 for the opening partnership after 10.5 overs. They haven't had many 50 opening partnerships of 50 or more opening the batting so far this season. So Budinger moves on to 30. He's making a rather good impression at the moment. And he's asking Ben Rain, are you going to stay over or round? He's going to stay round, he indicates, for Azad. And the field changes. Azad, the less aggressive of the 2 opening batsmen at the moment. So short leg is going to go in. McIntosh is going to go back to a normal wicket-keeping position alongside 3 slips, and sort of normality is resumed in that respect. Rain is in and bowls outside off stump, just a little bit of shape away from the batsman. A bit was too wide, and Azad could step forward, let it go through. End of the over, 50 without loss after 11.
Highest opening stand for Leicestershire this year is 90 against Glamorgan in Cardiff in May, beginning of May. And runs wise, let's have a look. 66 against Durham and Chesley Street.
Yeah, not exactly imposing, is it?
50 against Derbyshire here.
So this is already the 3rd equal highest opening partnership of the season.
45 against Durham and Chesley Street. So 3 of the best opening stands have been against Durham. So Gibson round the wicket. Budinger looks to hook and plays and misses.
Morning, Springsteen, on Twitter. Hope all well.
Gibson in a drive from Buddinger, who plays and misses.
That looked a bit loose and wild, and he tosses the bat from hand to hand there. He knows it was as well. Wasn't there. Good delivery from Gibson, but wrong shot. But this is apparently how he plays his cricket.
He's got 30 from 42 balls.
But this is a real chance for him to make an impact. Didn't want to give it away.
Yeah. That's gone down the leg side and bounces out the gloves of McIntosh, who guides it to pot at fine leg. A bye will be declared. No, a leg bye is declared.
Flicked his pad.
So Chris Watts is at the far end of the flat cap, is he? Or
I think,
is he at this
I think
near
it's the other way around.
Right.
I think it's Longley who's the slightly slimmer with respect to umpire Watts of the two.
Yeah, he's taller as well, isn't he?
Yeah.
Those Panamas are about 90 quid's worth, you know. Particularly the MCC ones in the Lord's shop. Wisden were advertising their range yesterday. I didn't dare look. I don't really think I've got any use for a Panama. Assad plays this up to mid-off, no run.
I do believe it because I don't remember when the first Raiders of the Lost Ark film came out. A few of us wanted one of his hats, which apparently is a Grosvenor. They bought them they bought a whole sort of you know, an awful lot of them. The film company from some place in London, or you know, the famous hatters in London. So we went down there and bought one, but they were about even then, and which was back in the late 80s.
Are they milliners?
90 quid.
Hat makers? Are they milliners?
It wasn't milliners.
It's defended. Is that not what you call it though? The art of making a hat.
Oh, milliners. Oh, I see what you mean. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Are they not dressmakers, milliners? I'm not sure.
I don't know.
But it was it was a splendid place, very old-fashioned.
Mm.
But apparently that was they were Grosvenor hats.
Well, surely Luton's the place to go.
Should be, shouldn't it?
That was the best thing about Disneyland a few years ago, the Indiana Jones stunt show. Gibson in, a little tickle down towards fine leg. Potts comes round to try and cut it off in front of the pavilion and does so. One run. That is the end of the over. 52 for none after 12 overs here on the BBC. Yeah, I'm not into Star Wars. A lot of the other thing, obviously, quite a lot of it was kiddie-fied, but the Indiana Jones stunt show was good.
America or Paris or?
It was Florida, about 4 years ago, 3-4 years ago. I did like the Epcot Centre. That was quite good. Plenty going on there.
That's fairly adjacent, isn't it?
Yeah. Paul Coughlin into the attack. Just recently been given a new 2-year contract. Be nice if Durham could actually keep him fit, because that has been an issue throughout his career.
He's still got the 3 slips in for Azad, who checks his guard, remarks it very deliberately, sort of leans over and the edge of the bat scrapes a little furrow, looks around him. Fairly conventional field, given that there are 3 slips. Coughlin, unlike Rain, is going to go over the wicket. Comes in and bowls down the leg side, and that's going to be 4 byes as well, which is a little unlucky on young McIntosh. He'll be a bit disappointed not to have got there, though. Dived across to his right. It rather died on him, so he almost dived over it, went for it with 2 hands, and it was all a little bit end of season-ish, that. It was a bit of a loosener from Paul Coughlin down the leg side, swung a little bit, went through a bit low, and young McIntosh falling stroke diving away to his right. Couldn't get there. 4 byes. Is that the third lot of 4 byes this innings? He'll be disappointed about that one. He couldn't do much about the others, but he'll feel he could have stopped that one. 56.
There's not an extras on there. Oh, there is 17 extras in 56 runs.
Indeed. Coughlin is in again down the leg side, and again McIntosh isn't able to take the ball cleanly. It comes off his gloves as he falls to his right, and at least he got more on it this time. Pushed the ball out towards square leg and rather dispiritedly picks himself up and jogs after it. He'll be a bit disappointed, the young man.
Was that another bye?
It was.
So that's 17 byes in 18.
So they're all of that 18, nearly all byes. One leg bye, wasn't that? And that was it. He looks down at his right gauntlet. Third slip is coming out now and going to go in for Budinger, who'll be on strike. Not really in a catching position. He's quite tight in there at mid-wicket, Dixon, but he's saving one rather than catching. Coughlin is in, and it is clipped in the air, but only out towards square leg by Sol Budinger. There is the man at deep square, and conventional square might have been in the game there. But perhaps, and I emphasise the word perhaps, he wouldn't have played the shot in that way. I suspect he might have done, judging by what we've seen so far.
England
but he moves
won.
on to 31. England have won by 10 wickets? Or was it in the end? Or
9 wickets.
9. Coughlin is in, bowls outside off stump, and just tucks his bat behind his almost back leg there as he half steps across there, Zad, and lets it go through. He remains on 9.
Here's a one for you, Andrew Sampson, the statistician. Fewest overs in a 3-test series without a draw. 462.3, England against Australia 1888, and then 552 against South Africa in 1895-96, and then this one.
Coughlin is in onto the pad stroke thigh pad of Azad. He looks to work it on the leg side. I don't think he got anything on it, but thumped into the thigh pad and runs out towards deep backward square. Rain runs in from wide long leg to field, and the leg bye is taken. Another extra 19 of them takes the score on to 59 without loss.
This series had a total of 568.3 overs, so it's the third shortest series involving England, and the previous two were in the 1800s.
Coughlin is in. It's driven by Budinger. Doesn't put his full weight into the shot. It was full and straight, and he bunted it rather out through a straight mid-off, sliding across to his left to make the stop is Oliver Gibson, and one is taken, which means Budinger keeps the strike. 60 without loss after 13, Leicestershire.
England's Barmy Army pointing out from defeating Grenada to 6 out of 7 this summer.
Wonder how many turned up there then. It was free entry, wasn't it? But
Yeah.
what did they get? Just about an hour's play.
What time did they start? Didn't they not start?
Oh no,
11?
they started. Yeah, you're right. Half an hour's 28. Sorry.
Well, how many people are just walking out of the tube station now and are turning around to go back?
A few people have said that. Why on earth didn't they? I know it didn't make any difference at all, but why they didn't start at 10:30 like the county championship does? They wouldn't have had any issues
Then they
with
wouldn't
bad
be.
light.
Yeah, they wouldn't be able to go off a bad light though, would they? Because the whole idea is not to bowl all your overs.
Okay.
So, I wonder who
It's a
the
deliberate thing.
I wonder who the person was who was out. It was Alex Lees, LBW for 39. Gibson round the wicket, a play and a miss here from Budinger. It leaves him, and he's played at it, and now he's angry with himself. Bob Hawkins has tweeted, this tweet aged well, and he tweeted 3 days ago or 2 days ago, what's the point of playing a 3-day test match? There's sometimes one in 3 days, but inevitably this one will end in a draw. So,
Almost a 2-day test match, wasn't it? Would have been, really.
Yeah. In comes the bowler, and that's gone off towards point. Maddinson collects it. I had a thought the other day. Whenever England do badly, it's always the fault of the county championship. Particularly those who blame it on the county championship are generally those who never watch any county championship cricket. Secondly, when England are doing well, nobody mentions how much first-class cricket the other sides play, because it doesn't fit the narrative of those who want less cricket. We're continuously being told there's too much first-class cricket in this country, and that's why England aren't any good, which is the joke, really. This is defended. Point in the fewer games they play in South Africa and other countries. So now these teams are losing. Have they got it wrong and we've got it right?
Be an update for BBC Radio Leicester shortly. Hopefully. We might hear from them. Are yours on the hour rather than at half an hour?
Gibson bowls. It's gone out through mid-wicket by Budinger. Is that Dixon out there fielding that one? 1 run.
beginning to cloud.
It is a
up
bit, isn't
little
it?
bit,
But it's still a pleasant
still-
day.
Yeah, still a
Nice.
watery sun, still nice
Yeah.
warm temperatures. Hasn't swung as much as I thought it
No.
might.
It's quite a
This
pleasant
morning.
drive down yesterday. It had that early autumn feel to it, but it was nice. It was a nice still day, a bit of sunshine on the A1. Gibson in, and left alone.
Updates time. No, weather first, it says. Well, Richard's here for the cricket, if that helps. But no. I wasn't sure which Rich you wanted then, whether you wanted me to give you the weather or the cricket. The weather down here is very good, but so is the cricket as far as Leicestershire are concerned, because they've moved on to 61 without loss. They were put into bat by Durham, who obviously thought there'd be a little bit more movement off the pitch or maybe through the air this morning. Sol Budinger making his debut for the Foxes. He's going nicely. He's 33 off 49. Hassan Azad working a little bit harder for his runs. He's 9 off 35. Plenty of extras as well, but they're very pleased with this start. Only the third time, I think, they have passed 60 for an opening wicket partnership in the Championship this season. 62 without loss, the Foxes. End of the over. A somewhat interesting update there.
All I heard as a cue the other day at Derby was Zn, which is the end of, I think, the end of Emerson.
Yeah.
Zn.
Did you leap in
And I said,
manfully?
Is that me? Are you coming to me now?
Coughlin in, outside off stump, pushing it across Azad, who lets it go through.
And you know what they did? Do you know what they cheekily did?
Blamed you.
They tried to make out that I was obviously distracted eating my lunch or reading something.
Dixon, mid-wicket there, clapping his hands, trying to encourage Paul Coughlin, who turns, shirt hanging out of the back of his trousers, runs in and bowls full. Good delivery, just ducked in a little bit to Azad, who checked his shot. I think he was stepping out looking to drive there, and in the end managed just to come down on the ball in time. Little bit of late movement back from Paul Coughlin. Almost got that one through. Good delivery. Coughlin turns. Sort of loping run, goes in and bowls outside off stump, and Azad lets that one go through again. Sun back out. More and more coming into the ground. Prospect of a full day's play. Not many left, of course, at the most 8 here at the Uptonsteel County Ground this season. That is for Leicestershire. I think Lightning are playing here at the weekend as Coughlin is in. Bowls. Again, that one just shapes back in from a slightly shorter of a length this time, so Azad able to move across and block it comfortably enough out into the onside. Azad looking to blunt the Durham attack. Budinger more prepared to take on any deliveries that he thinks can be put away, but Durham has settled into a better sort of line and length now as in goes Coughlin and bowls just outside off stump, and Borthwick, a sort of frustrated shout, a sort of semi-appeal. I don't know quite why, because it was left by Azad. Might just have flicked his pad as it went through. It was close in as it began to shape back in. So might have started to think about an appeal for not playing a shot and leg before wicket. But nothing from bowler or wicket-keeper. Coughlin is in. Azad forward again. Thick inside part of the bat as he blots it back down the pitch to Paul Coughlin. Good over from Coughlin. Couple of good overs for him. A maiden, in fact. None for 2 from 2. 62 without loss remains.
Lasted 26 minutes this morning.
I guess they weren't, as I said, they weren't having to pay to get in, so it'd be interesting to know quite how many did turn up. Gibson just scrapes a little bit at the crease there. Fair-haired young man.
Have you, I've missed the entire thing, have you caught up with any of the Vuelta?
Yes. Yeah, no, I watched most of it. Yeah.
I've not seen a single stage yet. Gibson round the wicket then. Bennett end coming in the ball to Budinger. He drops his arms on that one and lets it go through the keeper.
Remco Evenepoel. Sorry, do you want to know any?
Well, I know what's happened.
Yeah, okay.
I'm just wondering how I'm going to catch up on 3 weeks of highlights.
He was pretty solid.
Didn't it start in Utrecht or somewhere?
It did, yes, where my son lives. Funnily enough.
Oh, right. We were there accidentally a few years ago.
Lovely city.
We were trying to get the train back up from The Hague to Amsterdam, but there was an issue on the line, so we had to go all the way up to Gouda in Utrecht. It was a gorgeous train journey, though. Gibson round the wicket, bowls. This is played up to Rain at mid-off, no run there. Utrecht Station, if I'm remembering right, was really modern. This big sort of modern arch with about 8 or 10 platforms, and the building sort of over the top of it all.
Yeah. Utrecht Centraal.
What does he do out there?
Oh, he lives and works out there. He's been over in Europe for 5 years now.
Gibson to Budinger. It's driven and it's away for 4. Past Michael Jones diving at mid-on. Couldn't get on top of that one. So this is now equal to Leicestershire's best opening stand against Durham earlier in the year of 66. They did get a 90 against Glamorgan in May in Cardiff, and they could well be set to beat that today, the way they're playing. Having put them in, Durham have not really bowled tightly this morning.
Yeah, the loss of Roglic to COVID sort of halfway through the last week rather took the sting out of it.
Yeah. Gibson in. Budinger drives that one out through the covers for 4 more. That was a half volley outside of off stump, and he's just clattered that one away wide of Drizzell in the cover area. It's gone up towards the family stand in the far corner of the ground.
Kept him quiet for a few overs, but just last 2 deliveries.
Well, he's heading for a 50 again on debut here. Was he on 41 from 53? Football League says midweek fixtures will return from tomorrow, I think.
Saw that, yeah.
I think
Sky
Sunderland are at Reading this week. On Wednesday, is it?
On live on the box as well.
Sunderland are they? Are they? Again?
I think most of the games are, to be quite honest.
Right.
One way or another.
Gibson bowls. Budinger plays that to backward point to Maddinson. No run there.
Been a solidish start, isn't it, for your boys?
Yeah, well, they've lost Ross Stewart last week and put in a very Sunderlandy performance at Middlesbrough. I've seen so many underwhelming performances at Middlesbrough over the years, and that was certainly up there. But to lose him in the warm-up, such a key player. And then, obviously, the games at the weekend weren't on. They've won a few, lost a couple. 70 on the board now. Gibson to Budinger. Oh, tries to york him. That's away for 4. He's got at the bottom of his bat on that, and it absolutely flew underneath the slip cord and along the floor. Well, this has not been a very good over from a Durham point of view. It's been rather expensive, and they need to rethink their plans here, because Leicestershire, and particularly Budinger, are flying at the moment. That over's got 3 4s in it, 12 runs, 74 for none.
3 4s in 4 balls as well. Just bounced short. I think he went down into the ground and then bounced up and then just short of Borthwick, who hurt his fingers a bit trying to stop that one. Budinger, I've seen 1 or 2 players come into the Leicestershire side and sort of do well on debut and struggle thereafter, so a lot to be learned about Budinger going on, but he'll be pleased with the start he's made so far. Coughlin is into Azad, who leaves a full delivery outside off stump. Think of people like George Rhodes, made 50 on debut, but sadly was not able to fulfil that early promise and has now been released. I think Budinger is a very different sort of player, I suspect. Short mid-wicket is still in for Azad as he faces Coughlin, who turns, kicks up his heels, runs in and bowls again outside off stump. Again, Azad steps forward. He'll be prepared to do that for most of the day, to be quite honest, and lets that one go through. 9 off 43 for Azad. 74 without loss. Buttinger 45 off 55. Long discussions going on between Ben Rain and Matty Potts out there in the covers, as in goes Cochran. Bowls even wider, and again Azad is not interested, lets it go through to McIntosh behind the stumps. Rain walks up to resume that conversation with Potts. All the Durham players in their smart navy caps, with the exception at mid-on of Michael Jones, who's gone for the sun hat. In goes Coughlin and bowls. That one swings back in as a decent shout for leg before Azad goes. And Durham have made the breakthrough. It was certainly straight. The only issue, I suspect, in the mind of Chris Watts might just have been height, but Azad was certainly not very far forward, if at all. And it swung back in, as I say, hit him around about, to me, around about the knee rail. Let's have a look at the replay. Yeah, that's a pretty decent shout. And Azad goes. Coughlin has bowled very nicely since coming on here at the pavilion end, and he's made the breakthrough.
It's interesting to look at the scoreboard and see Azad only had 9 to his name, and Buttinger's got 45, and there's 74 on the board with all those extras, of which are now 20. So eventually a wicket from Durham's point of view. Will that change things? And that, I think, is Leicestershire's second highest opening stand of the season.
Yet to have a century opening stand, as actually it's beginning to fill in a little bit over to the south west, over the electronic scoreboard and the trees over there, which is where the weather tends to come from here at the Uptonsteel County Ground. You mentioned the possibility of a shower or two. It looks a little bit threatening over there, but it might just drift past to the south. Rishi Patel, who, as I say, has moved around the order this season, comes in. He has played at 3 before, certainly this season. Comes in to join Sol Buttinger. Buttinger, no doubt, saying to him that Coughlin is just swinging it a little bit. 2.4 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 2 for Paul Coughlin, who's done well against Leicestershire in the past with both red and white balls. 74 for 1. He'll have to apply himself. Rishi Patel. Again, a sort of mixed season for Patel. Was injured at the start, so didn't get his chance until I think it was the 5th game of the season. Yeah, 5th game at home to Glamorgan, and he made 82. Sorry, away at Glamorgan. Coughlin is in 2 Patel bowls, outside off stump, 2 wide, and Patel can step forward, let that one go through. 99 at Sussex. Sorry, Martin.
I was talking to somebody the other day about Chigwell, and I can't remember why.
Birds of a feather?
Well, I had to go there a number of times when I was working at 5 Live, and it was Tottenham's training ground was there in a place called Sparrows Lane, just off the M11.
Coughlin is in. Patel is beaten on the outside edge. Didn't do too much, played down the wrong line, and could easily have flicked the outside edge. It didn't, but a successful over for Paul Coughlin. Indeed, a wicket maiden. 1 for 2 for him from 3 overs, and they can pick up a couple more wickets before lunch. Borthwick will feel that his decision to bowl first may have been justified. After all, 74 for 1.
Quite a lot of big houses in Chigwell behind these big steel security gates. That kind of area. Once got my my haircut there while I was waiting to interview David Pleat when he was the Spurs manager, and the 2 lads who ran the barber shop in the high street were Greek Cypriots brother-in-laws. It's quite good crack in there. I think one of the Derbyshire players may have come from there. Possibly Billy Godalming originally? I don't know.
Certainly sounds like it, doesn't they? Bill.
Bill. Oh, Bill. Matty Potts back into the attack now. 4 overs, none for 20 earlier. He's replaced Gibson from the Bennett end, and he bowls here to Budinger, who turns this down towards long leg for 1. Fielded by Jones. The bowling figures so far: Gibson none for 18 from 4, Potts none for 20, Coghlan 1 for 2 from 3, 2 maidens including a wicket maiden, and Rain none for 14 from 6 overs, 1 maiden for him. Oh, that's left alone by Patel, and that angled back towards the stumps after he decided not to play at it. Mervyn says, "Read the Too Much Cricket Brigade. You're perfectly right about it, Martin." Helena Grimaud is a wonderful pianist. She hasn't reached her standard because most of her time is spent playing golf. Yeah. Practice makes perfect and all that. Potts in, bowls, left alone. She might play golf, I don't know. She's probably got a decent handicap.
Morning, Mike. Mike Jelf's been in touch on Twitter, watching via the stream today, hopefully at the ground tomorrow. Looks like Durham have an issue with extras, as we do, he says. Yeah. Awful lot of extras. Leicestershire concede, often in no balls. Mike Finan, who made his debut at Notts, 14 no balls.
Potts bowls, drilled back past him, manages to get a hand on it though just at the last second, stops it going away for 4. It indeed ends up being a dot ball as it's picked up by Rain at mid-off. So 20 extras in 74, wasn't it?
Mostly buys. The wicket's gone out to the boundary.
Potts in again now, bowls, left alone by Patel.
Bedingham at first slip, Borthwick at second, Coghlan at third, alongside Tom McIntosh, the young wicket-keeper. Wind sounds a bit threatening now, doesn't it? But might just slip past these dark clouds, hopefully.
Yeah, it's just a little bit eerie now, isn't it? Potts in, driven out into the covers, bump ball, stopped by Jones. So how many extras have we had now?
20.
20, and it was buys I was looking at were 17 buys and 3 leg buys.
Coghlan hands his cap to umpire Watts. Borthwick tosses the ball to Rain, who hands it to Coghlan. Again, words of advice or whatever. Jones comes across to mid-on, sunglasses perched atop his white Durham sun hat. Budinger is waiting for umpire Watts just so he can check his guard. Umpire Watts raises his finger for what Budinger at least hopes will be the only time during his innings. 46 or 56 for him. It's the 2 slips. Square leg out on the boundaries. Coghlan is in. Bowls, tin hit in the air. That could be the 4 he needs for his 50, but it wasn't too far from being a catch. But Sol Budinger has started his Leicestershire career in the best possible way with a 50, and it's come in good time as well. It's come off just 57 balls, and it's made out of 79 for 1. Not afraid to hit the ball in the air and go for his shots, and it wasn't so very far. 9 fours. Thank you, Martin. In that 50, it wasn't far from Dixon's reaching right hand, or indeed from Jones moving to his left at mid-on. But found the gap and it ran away to the straight mid-wicket boundary for the boundary. Coughlin is in, again outside off stump, and a rather wild thrash at the ball from Budinger with not too much foot movement. Certainly didn't get across to the ball, which didn't do too much. You just pushed across him and didn't get any bat on the ball. Fortuitous. Can he go on and make a really big impact? Sol Budinger got a chance to do so, but he's going to have to work at it as Coughlin is in. Bowl's very full and it's driven, thick outside edge, but along the ground, wide of the reaching Mattinson at backward point, and it runs out to the wide third man boundary for another 4, the 10th of Sol Budinger's innings. Well, if he does stay in for any length of time, he's clearly going to score his runs quickly. Won't always come off, one suspects, but if he does, he's going to give Leicestershire a decent start, and more importantly, well, as importantly almost, plenty of time as well. 54 he moves on to from 59, 83 for 1. Coughlin is in and bowls. He's looking to drive straight, good half stop diving across to his left by Ben Rain. Gets a good hand on it and stays on his knees watching as Michael Jones runs behind him across from mid-on to make the stop. So he saved 3 there, Ben Rain. Looked a bit disconsolate as he stayed on his knees there. Got on top of the bounce. He's, as I say, quite tall, and although he doesn't get to the pitch of it when he drives, Budinger, he's not afraid to hit through the line of the ball. It's a little bit risky, but for the most part he gets on top of the bounce. Doesn't hit the ball in the air. Coughlin over the wicket to the right-handed Patel, a tempter that swings away and step forward. Patel looking as though he was fancying the drive. In the end, lifted his bat over the line of the ball as it swung through into the gloves of McIntosh. 84 for 1 remains the score. Coughlin is in. Well, he's going to be off the mark slightly luckily there, Rishi Patel, as he looked to stroke the ball back down the pitch. Got a thick inside edge. It ran out towards square leg. There isn't a square leg as such. 2 fielders in pursuit. And he picks up his single to get off the mark. 85 for 1. Confirmation of Sol Budinger's 50, 57 balls and 9 fours. 85 for 1. End of Coughlin's 4th over. 1 for 12. By the standards of how he's bowled so far in this spell, a slightly expensive over. 10 runs indeed from it. 85 for 1 after 19, Leicestershire.
It has filled in, hasn't it? It's a bit grey. There was a suggestion of the odd bit of rain maybe about midday-ish, and then around about 5, 6 o'clock. Potts bowls, a play and a miss here. An attempted drive from Patel. No run there.
That was not a great shot. Nowhere near the pitch of the ball.
I think it's about time they used a new photograph of me in my BBC picture byline. That's gone through to the keeper. I look old and haggard now compared to the young lad on that picture.
Well, keep the young
10
one.
years or
keep
so
the
ago.
young one.
Quite busy in the marquee at the far end, isn't it?
What did Indiana Jones say? It's not the years, it's the mileage.
Yeah. Potts in again, bowls. That's left outside the off stump. Neil Killeen, who's now in charge of the Durham team following the early departure of James Franklin, is leaning against an advertising hoarding at the far end of the ground. So he's sitting down with Will Gidman to his left, and they've got that marquee just behind them.
He brought his family and the dogs on Saturday.
Did he?
Mm. But it was a problem because although Leicestershire don't mind you bringing dogs in, apparently the ECB do, and it was under ECB aegis.
Pot in. That's through to the keeper. So was the dog allowed in then?
2 of them were,
Yeah.
in the end.
Right.
To get special permission.
Well, that's a bit strange, isn't it, considering you can buy dog season tickets at most county grounds?
It was just, as I say, apparently internationals is a different,
Right.
a different thing.
Potts bowls. Oh, that's well wide of off stump. That would have been a wide in a one there. Remember the Sunderland fan who went to a midweek game at QPR? I don't know if it was it last season? It was a cup tie, and he took his Springer Spaniel with him, and he was seen jumping up and down at the front of the stand when Sunderland scored with the Springer Spaniel in his arms. I passed him yesterday on the quayside.
I don't see many dogs at football grounds.
No, unless they're police dogs.
Yeah.
Potts in again. This is played up 2 mid on. That is the end of the over. 85 for 1 here on the BBC. In fact, the last time I saw dog, well, I don't go to many away games now, but going into a game at Blackpool on New Year's Day a couple of years or so ago was they had sniffer dogs, and everybody who's walking past is being sniffed by these dogs, obviously to see if they're carrying any contraband on them.
Grey, very different conditions. All of a sudden here at the Uptonsteel County Ground, thick grey blanket of cloud. There's lighter cloud behind it, but it's going to be tricky for the half an hour before lunch for these 2 Leicestershire batsmen. Budinger with that slightly open stance. He's on strike 2. Coughlin, short, pulled in the air, over square leg, or backward square leg for 6. Well, little short-armed pull, almost off the front foot from Sol Budinger there, but very quick hands. And there was the man out there at a sort of wideish, deep mid-wicket, squarish as well, but no chance for him at all. George Drissel just had to watch as the ball sailed miles over the deep backward square boundary, indeed into what used to be the old playground over there, over the advertising hoardings, and very nearly bounced over into the Milligan Road itself. So lovely quick hands from Budinger, takes him into the 60s, 61 off 61 balls, 91 for 1.
Nice shot, sailed away. We're looking southwest here, aren't we?
Yeah, pretty much south, southwest over the electronic scoreboard, and tends to be, as I say, where the weather comes from.
Drifting
West
in around
Country.
over the M1. It's coming from Hinckley.
Sounds more romantic to say it's coming from the West Country, doesn't it? A bit further away.
It's coming down the
Up the Bristol
M69
Channel,
corridor
but
from Coventry.
Yeah, it lacks a certain poetry, doesn't it?
Yeah, this is a band of rains drifting its merry way from Stratford upon Avon.
Yes, that's up the Avon. That sounds
Yeah.
rather nicer, doesn't it? Up the Foss Way.
Yeah.
Coughlin is in again to Budinger, who's driving pleasantly, but a good diving stop away to his left in the covers means no run results. He pretty much got to the pitch of it and cracked it. He's got some cover out there on the offside boundary now, Coughlin. Surprisingly on the offside. He's got deep backward square on the boundary, almost wide long leg, and deep mid wicket. And now also Maddinson out there on pretty much on the cover boundary, so plenty of cover for him. Both sides of the wicket he is in, and bowls a wide delivery, banged in, and that was a curious one. I rather lost flight of that, to be quite honest. It looked like he was going to bang it in, went wide, and in the end it was allowed to go through by Budinger. Rehearses a sort of flat-footed drive out there. Coughlin turns, top of the hour, runs in and bowls, and that one is wide, and he's able to drive that one away. Budinger out towards the backward point boundary. Maddinson runs across the field, and there is 1 run.
I'm going to make a prediction. I think the lights will be on in a minute.
Yeah, Could be. I wonder if they'll wait until lunch, which isn't so very far away, 30 minutes. As Martin heads next door to update BBC Radio Newcastle. And Coughlin runs in to bowl to Rishi Patel, who leans forward on off stump. Slightly angled bat, steers the ball out towards backward point. No run, 92 for 1. Mickey on the feed says it's pouring in Earl Shilton, so there is rain around. Just might drift south of the ground. Fingers crossed as Coughlin is in to Patel. Fuller this time, driven and hits put away to the extra cover boundary for 4. Stroked away. It was a half volley. It did swing a touch, giving it a chance to swing. Coughlin just overdid it. Patel leant into the shot, and his first boundary takes him on to 5 off 17 balls, 96 for 1 off 21 Leicestershire. So the run rate, as I suspect it always will be if Budinger gets in, is pretty decent, 4.6 at the moment. Budinger's 62 has come off 64 balls, end of the 21st over. Looks like Potts will continue. 4 overs in his first spell, 2 in his second so far. No joy for him as yet, none for 21 for the England seamer. It has got a little bit dark now. I've still got my sunglasses on, which doesn't help, but it is fairly grey overhead. Come on, Potsy. Come on, Potsy, lad. Third slip goes to mid-wicket as Potts around the wicket to Budinger bowls a bouncer down the leg side. Good take by McIntosh, reaching and then falling away to his right. Grunt of effort as Potts banged that one in. Budinger, Sol Budinger. Wonder if that could be his new nickname. Here comes the update for BBC Radio Leicester. Solinger. Yeah, it has to a certain extent. Sol Budinger making his first appearance for Leicestershire after signing from Nottinghamshire has made his first half century for Leicestershire, going nicely as well. He's just moved on to 63 off just 66 deliveries. He has lost his fellow opening partner Hassan Azad though. He went leg before wicket to Paul Coughlin for 9 off 45. Slightly laboured innings for Azad, struggling for a little bit of form. 74 for 1 at that stage. Rishi Patel has come out to join Budinger. He is 5 not out, taking the score on to 97 for 1. Threat of rain in the air. Hopefully we'll get through to lunch at 12:30 without any, with Leicestershire now 97 for 1. Second wicket has just fallen though, I'm afraid. Rishi Patel went forward there, slightly tentative push at a wide-ish delivery from Potts, got the edge and a good catch at second slip, a smart catch at second slip by the skipper, I think it was. Borthwick got there ahead as first slip almost reached across him there, Beddingham, but I think it was Borthwick who took the catch. It was, in fact, it was third slip reaching across second slip away to his left, but second slip Borthwick took it cleanly enough, two-handed to his right. Third slip, had he got his left hand on that, might have deflected it away, but unfortunately for Rishi Patel, and good news for Durham, he didn't. Patel goes, caught Borthwick, bowled Potts for 5, and the second wicket has fallen. His 5 came off 18 balls. 97 for 2. As Louis Kimber, in very grey conditions indeed, comes to the wicket. Roman Walker comes out, Leicestershire's 12th man, with an orange bib. Brings a drink for Budinger. Important now for Leicestershire not to lose another wicket before lunch if they possibly can. 97 for 2, 21.3. 25 minutes until lunch, probably only about another 8 overs. No indication from the umpires that the floodlights have been asked for. The ground staff, slightly worryingly, are gathered by the covers. And the green tractor will pull them on, and it could be we are going to have an early lunch. But just looking at what's going on over there with the ground staff, there's a red tractor. It is on 2 covers that will pull 2 covers, and a green one, I think, that will pull the other 2 covers. So tricky conditions for Louis Kimber to come out and face the England seamer, and Martin has some weather news for us as he comes back alongside. Potts goes in, bowls outside off stump to Kimber, who lets that one go through.
Yeah, it started to spit. You can just see the puddles out there with the rain hitting them. So there was weather forecast around about 12ish, and then again not until later on this afternoon.
So it could be an early lunch. May not necessarily lose any overs if they do have an early lunch. But we will see how many balls to go in this over. 2 balls in this Potts over, his first success. He comes bounding in down the slope and bowls to Kimber, who pokes at one outside off stump. And it doesn't get any bat on it. Lucky not to do so as it goes through into the gloves of McIntosh. Potts turns the I can see the hospitality tent. Those who are standing outside are quickly going in as Potts bowls a really good delivery that bounces and goes over the top of the angle of off stump and the bail, I suspect, as the water starts to hit the raindrops start to hit the outside, and the ground staff are coming on. So I think this will be an early lunch, and Leicestershire won't be displeased, I think, to take it in these circumstances. 97-2 overs. Sol Budinger has been the hero of the morning as far as the Foxes are concerned. On his very first appearance for the county, he is 63 not out off 66, and that is out of 97 for 2. The 2 men to go. Hassan Azad leg before wicket to Paul Coughlin for a painstaking 9, made off 45 deliveries, 74 for 1 at that stage, the second highest opening partnership of the season for Leicestershire. Budinger went to his 50 off 57 balls, included 9 fours out of 79 for 1. And then just a few moments ago, Rishi Patel was neatly caught two-handed to his right at second slip by Scott Borthwick off the bowling of Matty Potts for 5, 97 for 2, and that remains the score as the covers come on and the rain starts to come down quite hard. And I can certainly say now that we will, I'm sure, be having lunch. So, well, we will be back with you here at the Uptonsteel County Ground as soon as I can give you either an update or bring you an update on when play will resume. The ground staff starting to hurry around now because it is raining quite hard, and perhaps that rain at Earl Shilton, which was tipping down, we were told, is now coming our way. But just for the moment, from the Uptonsteel County Ground, we'll go and get our lunch and be back with you as and when. Yeah, the rain arrived here around 20 minutes ago, I'm afraid. So all the covers are on and the players are off the field and having an early lunch. It was a pretty good morning for Leicestershire after being put into bat by Durham. A really good opening partnership between Hassan Azad and Sol Budinger. Budinger making his debut for Leicestershire after joining the county from Nottinghamshire. Azad was the first to go. He went leg before wicket to Paul Coughlin for 9. The score was 74 for 1 at that stage. But that tells you how quickly Budinger was scoring. He went to his 50 off just 57 balls hit, 9 fours. He did lose another partner, Rishi Patel, shortly before the players went off the field. Was caught at second slip by Scott Borthwick off the bowling of England's Matty Potts for just 597 for 2. That was a score at the close when they went off for that early lunch. Budinger, though, really has impressed on his debut for Leicestershire. He's 63 not out off 66 balls. Suggestion in the forecast is that we'll get back on sometime in mid-afternoon, but covers right across the field at the moment and there will be a substantial break. But Leicestershire taking it in a really good frame of mind. They're 97 for 2. Hello. You'd rather it be going on, if you know what I mean. It's tedious to be wondering what's going to be happening. Okay, mate, no worries. What am I listening to? Dear God. Yeah, the latest is there's still just a possibility of a late 10 to 15 overs or so. The umpires are out there at the moment. The rain started coming down shortly after 12, as you probably know, and it was very, very heavy for the best part of 2 hours. The ground staff have been working away. You can probably hear the blotter going up and down in the background. The umpires have been a little bit worried about the outfield. I think the general feeling among the players is that they could get out there again. There's a little bit of sunshine around. If they do, Buttinger certainly will be looking to extend that score. This is his first class debut overall, not just for Leicestershire. He's only played white ball cricket up to now, and he's made a very, very favourable impression. Louis Kimber is with him. He's only faced the 3 balls. He came in when Rishi Patel was dismissed for just 5. 97 for 2 is not a bad start. An awful lot of work to do for the Foxes, but they'll be hoping to get back out there and trying to build on that, try and get up to around about 150, and fingers crossed that, as you've said, the weather forecast is good for tomorrow. I will indeed. We might be out there playing again by then. Fingers crossed. Millie needs to know it's Budinger, not Budinger. But anyway, there you go. Okay, mate. Cheers.
Oh, don't tell me that's it. Stop. Are we done? Are we done, Cal? Yeah. Well, Pete? Cal? Are we done? We're done, mate. Thanks.